Okay, we're still waiting for some people to come back, but I think we'll start now because Stefano and Falorsi, our first presenter of this session, will unfortunately have to leave us to rush to get his plane at 2. So we're going to start with Stefano's presentation, and we'll hopefully have some time for questions as well. Okay.
Okay, thank you. My presentation is about Smart2, a web platform for citizens. And I start saying that SMART is an acronym for Small Area Estimation Tool. In my presentation, I will consider the reason why the SMART system has been developed by National Statistical Institute. And then I'm substantially going to describe the main features of the current version of the SMART. Furthermore, I will describe the principal innovation that will be introduced in the new version of the system that will be released at the beginning of 2015. At the end of the presentation, I give some example about case studies that has been carried out for the extension of the system in order to introduce new social variable of interest for well-being statistics, because at the moment the platform is involved about the production is currently involved about the production of estimates about employment and unemployment for local areas, but we started the extension of the system to other important variables for well-being, like health variables, and also to variables related to income. At the end, also, I show at the end of the documentation slides that I will not present in particular. There is the slides describing the new version, the new interface of the software. Why SMART? SMART, Small Area Estimation Tool, is a system that do not produce official statistics, but statistics that can be produced by informed user in order to, in particular, informed user are local authorities and also like regions in Italy. And it is an instrument to study local phenomena of interest in order to drive policies and to provide funds based on a methodology validated by National Statistical Institutes, but also at European level, because the main methodologies carried out by system was studied within the SNET on small area estimation. More in general, also SMART is a web platform devoted to citizens in order to study phenomena of labor market for the current version and health for the version, the release that will be released the next year. The user, in particular, the tool gives the user a methodology to compare the official data available on the website with the crowdsourced data uploaded by the user. As I was saying before, the methodology was defined, also referring to the outcome of the estimate osmolar estimation, whose the principal the principal results are uploaded on the EU cross portal. The project had many work packages about software, but also case studies of the different countries involved in the project. So, in a given sense, the tool consider and apply the result of the results of a general methodology developed within the project. Okay. Why smart? In recent years, since 2009, there has been an increasing need for local governments, like regional offices and regions, to have data for local labor market data at unplanned domain, because Istat produced estimates for labor market data at provincial level. Furthermore, it has developed a model for smaller estimation for local labor market areas. But the story of these last years, it was that the different regions want to have or to produce estimates for different areas that were different from local labor market areas that are defined after each census by national statistical institutes. For this reason, in order instead of producing stovepipe estimates or line of production for each regions, Istat decided to carry out a project for giving the possibility to the different regions to produce the estimates by means of this platform. This was the story. The cheese is an association of different regions that has co-founded the project within Istat. And now I will show briefly what that is very simple, the interface of the system, and then how can access the web system after registration. I will show that there is a disclaimer on saying to the user that the produced results are not official statistics, but may be used by user for research or for funding, and it's available a user guide and a methodological report that are available online. This is the current home page of the software. On the top, you can see the link where the user can access the platform. And at the moment, we are in the phase that we are producing the new interface that is showed in the last part of the slides. The disclaimer said the produzione di stime per piccole aree for production for estimates of small areas. They said, advertised the user that the estimates are not official statistics. They need to be validated by the user, and for this reason, that Istat is provider of the methodology that has been studied, and are not official statistics. And furthermore, there is a login box where the user can access to his own area of for elaboration. So the user has one area in which he can have a look to all the different applications done in the previous queries. The user can deal with different parameters of interest, yearly employment and employment rate. The new version produced for the next year, the estimates will be considered also estimates for quarterly estimates of employment and employment, and also it is possible for the user to define different subpopulation like subpopulation for age and sex. At the moment, the user can only present yearly employment, can be only made queries about employment and employment rates. Furthermore, in the new version of the software, it will be possible to add other indicators like health related to the different health variables, health indicator like access to health services and morbidity. A case study was carried out also in order to produce estimates from a household survey on variables related to income, but for the moment we have decided to only to consider to update the system with indicator related to health. The user can define standard areas like provinces or local labor market areas. That is, the provinces are the final estimates that can be produced by the standard sampling estimates, and local labor market areas are the level for which Istat produces small area estimates using a spatial Nibla spatial method that has been studied for that application. So it is important to say that the basic model that has been studied for local labor market areas will be applied also for the other queries done by the user. Furthermore, the user can introduce other areas that are considered other aggregation of municipalities. Municipalities in Italy are NUTS 5 level, and the user can define by means of a file that can provide to the platform its own aggregation of areas of municipalities that can be different from local labor market areas. Furthermore, the user can have the chance to introduce its own information, auxiliary information for small area estimation. The basic model uses cross-classification of gender by 14 age classes, but the user can have area level auxiliary information that could improve the basic model. So it is the user that has two possibilities: to introduce its own definition, aggregation of area, and its own auxiliary information that can be added to the basic information. In the new version, in the new release, we have added more possibility to change the basic model. So we introduce more flexibility for the user to define the model. This is the main the main page for in order to fill in the query. The user can define the year. We have inside the years from 2004, when the labor force survey was redesigned, to the last year, 2012 or 2013, the last completed year. And then we have the user can choose employed or unemployed. He can define if the area standard is province or local labor market areas. Otherwise, he can provide a file with different aggregation for the areas. The areas can also be considered for different regions of the areas, and then the user can provide auxiliary external information. Different models different methods are compared by the software during the application, and substantially there is the best method for which the system provides the estimates is obtained by means the application of the making comparison among the estimates produced for the third quarter of the 2011 and the same quarter for labor force. So there is comparison among census data and the application of the different methods for the year in which we have, and we can compare census data and labor force data. That is 2011. Different methods have been compared. That is the standard methods, and also a method using spatial correlation. The output is there is the value of the difference among census data, an average of the difference for the different areas of the census data on labor force for 2011, and on that basis of the method that produce data more near to this benchmark is the method. This method is chosen. The estimates of the parameter and mean square error, that is the index of quality, and there is a set of diagnostics that we have defined within the ESNet that are based on an internal evaluation of the model that has been considered. Also, the user has the possibility to save tables and charts in Excel. In the future version, we, as I was saying, we consider extension of multiple post surveys, and we start studying the possibility to introduce other indicators that could be useful for evaluation of well-being for local areas. The code has been rewritten by R. We will produce an English version of the website, more extension of methods, and more flexibility for the user for the user in order to consider flexibility in the model and extension of diagnostics. Because of because of the user need to be an informed user, then informed to know at least what is the power, what is the possible danger to produce estimates like bias, etc. We had carried out courses for the experts of the different regions in order to be able to apply correctly the platform. Now we show very briefly some documentation. For each case study, we had a team of the National Statistical Institute aimed to study the production of and to the definition of the basic model for the new variables. And then this group has defined the new target variables, the evaluation of quality. The first there is a evaluation of quality of direct estimates. They definitely, okay. And then these are examples of the production of the new estimates. This is the situation for provincial cartograms of the estimates, for direct estimates. And then it is possible, this is EUSILC, this other, I have not too much time, so I run a little bit, I'm sorry for but. And then we can have, for example, analysis of the distribution of the possible estimator. In the new version of this, the software, we give the chance to the user to have a look to all the different estimators, like in the previous one, the actual one, in which is the system that choice itself the correct estimates. Now we give us a set of indicators in order to the user to make the better choice. So in this slide we can have a look for the income of the different distribution of the income. In that case we show there is a bimodal distribution. And these are another way in order to depict the behavior of the estimates within the country. The idea is not to obtain estimates too much flat. So then our idea is to study the pattern of the estimates within the country in order to show the trend, north-south, east-west, and so the small area must reproduce this pattern. And finally, this is the new interface in which we have more possibilities in order to define. There are many more interface pages in order to fill the query about. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Stefano?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, you have explained us that is a platform set up because strongly requested by the local government. So for me it is important to point out that local policy makers and asked Istat, the Italian National Institute, to give them, so informed user, as Stefano said, to give them a tool to study statistics, to study information and data at local level in a robust methodological way, to take decisions. I was thinking that this is a good experience, but you think it can be also made more easy for not informed users, but citizens some way. I know it's so important that policymakers want to have an instrument such as this, but you think it can be done something for final users, I mean association and citizens?
To this topic, we are thinking about it because at the moment the system was born to reply to a specific request by the regions, but I think that a lot of, for example, it could, if we could extend the indicators, we could add some power in order to give the chance to the user to make different comparison. Also. Remaining under the umbrella of not official statistics, but within probably some of the work that we should do in the future is to produce more applicable to give more applicability of the system in order to a more broad audience.
Thank you. That was actually, I had a question about that because you maybe went into this, but what exactly is the kind of additional information that you're asking from users, and how easy has it been for you to encourage users to provide this additional data? And last question, this was from a request from local governments. Have they seen this complementary crowdsourced data to give a value, an added value? Have they welcomed this new approach? What's their reaction been?
The original request about production of small area estimates, local labor market areas for local market areas were requested by Ministry of Treasury in order to allocate funds at local level. And generally, the different regions have their own labor force data sets, but they do not are not able to produce their alone data for different areas that are important for policy within the region. And so we had, at least by the regions, a good they consider a good instrument that can help the local authorities that also they have within the statistical system their data, so they can access the data, for example. But also for the citizen, because in the future, because the system produce data by means of a model, so the problem of confidentiality is reduced.
Thank you, Stefano. I really appreciate it. I know you have to rush to the airport now. Okay, so we've had one very specific example of an experimental use of crowdsourced data used in a complementary fashion with official statistics. Our next couple of presentations are going to give a broader overview. So first of all, Fernando Reis from Eurostat is actually part of Eurostat's Big Data Taskforce. And crowdsourced data can many forms of crowdsourced data can be seen to be a subset of big data. So Fernando's going to give an overview of his work and look at it a little bit from the angle of citizen engagement. And then Trevor is going to talk. Trevor Fletcher from Paris 21 is going to give an overview of the data informing the data revolution project, which is also taking a closer look at how new kinds of data can be used to involve citizens in monitoring well-being. So thank you, Fernando.
Thank you. Well, I've given a couple of presentations on big data, and I decided that every time I do it, I will start with a definition of big data, because there are so many of them around. And this is important because it very much guided the work that we've been doing in the task force. This task force was created in the beginning of the year, and I joined it in April. So for us, there are three components of big data, and the first one is the data deluge. And basically, we're talking. And normally, this is more related to the most common definitions of here about big data. We saw the 3 V's. You know, it's about high volume, high velocity, high variety data. So this is very much the abundance of data all around us. It's very much linked, of course, with the crowdsourced data. It's one of these sources of data. It's also responsible for the amount of data that is available, of course. I think there's another element important in this data deluge, which is the way we started looking at data. I mean, for us statisticians, data until some time ago is very simple, you know, a data set. It's rows are observations, columns are fields. A big data phenomenon has brought to our attention that pretty much almost anything can be data, right? And you start to see applications of, for example, text, pure text coming from social networks, for example, like Twitter. So text is also data, but also sound, images, and even video. And all this can be transformed, or features from all this data can be extracted and used to be processed and for decision making. The second component is analytics. And for me, this is a very important dimension of big data. It's not only the amount of data that now we have available. It's also not only about the large data sets that we have available to us. It's also the kind of uses of data that started to emerge, in particular when you compare to what we were used in official statistics. So in this cartoon, I don't know if you all can read it. So the guy is saying your recent Amazon purchases, tweet score, and location history makes you 23.5% welcome here. It's a typical example of predictive analytics, a typical example of big data, and also a typical example of what Zoe was saying this morning that we don't really want to do in official statistics. But the point is that our users start to get used to these type of applications, and I've seen this morning already extraordinary examples of trying to show to provide the data in a much more engaging ways. I think that this view, it creates first a challenge for us, because our users, they start to see this kind of application. They expect from us, you know, to do something like this. So giving a table of figures is not okay anymore. So we have to show more. And also in terms of techniques that they're not that common in official statistics. So in statistics, we are more used to, you know, regression models, sampling design. But in big data, it's, I would say, very much driven from people from computer science. And they came with different algorithms, you know, machine learning, artificial intelligence. And that are a challenge for us, and are very much part of this movement. And of course, I link here to analytics visualization. I've seen extraordinary examples this morning. So this is very big data, I would think. And the third element, which I think is relevant for us, is an emergent market. And we can see it here as different meanings. I mean, on one end, we look at big data, and big data is not only very large data sets, not only about the cool things you can do with it, but there is a market emerging. I mean, on one side, it's the data-driven economy. That's a term that we have been using in the Commission. And this is about data as a factor of production. It's about companies using the data available inside their organizations and make better decisions with it. The second one is the data sector. And this is very relevant for us in official statistics, because for many years, we have been basically close to we had a monopoly. I mean, no one had as much data about economy and society and environment as we had. So that is not true anymore. And I remember before summer we had an event in Rome about big data, and there was one question that I remember that was asked, does Google need us as much as we need Google? That was the basic question that summarizes it all. So this is very much important, and it challenges a bit our role and how we should act from this moment on. So, of course, the heads of the statistical offices in Europe recognize the challenge and the opportunities brought by big data. And last year in September, they agreed on a memorandum. And basically, they recognize the importance of big data, and they have asked us, those that are in statistical offices, which are not the heads of statistical offices, to come up with a roadmap and a strategy to deal with big data. So this is what we tried to do. In Eurostat, we have created a ESS, a European Statistical System task force to deal with these challenges and trying to come up with a roadmap, for the adoption of big data in statistics. And, well, basically, we adopted a three-point strategy. Basically, the bottom line is that we have to recognize our ignorance about the subject. And it's very difficult to understand what big data is and what actually it means for official statistics. So the idea is that we start with concrete pilots and try to learn about the possibilities brought by big data through these pilots, and conceive a roadmap composed of 3 timeframes, where in the short term we would use these. I think I have a better slide. So in the short term and long term, we will better use these pilots to learn more about the implications of big data. And then in medium to long term to try to implement the actions that we have in mind. So the long term would be, in fact, to try to integrate these sources in the statistics production. So although we don't really know what it means in detail, we very much bet that we will have to do something about it, and that we end up using many of these sources. So in our roadmap, we were very broad, and that's why it's important to explain a bit what we understand as big data, and as we see it very broad. So these are the topics that are covered by this roadmap, which, by the way, was adopted by the heads of statistical offices maybe 3 weeks ago. So these are the topics. So I will go very quickly through them. The first one is policy, because we recognize that governments are in fact launching big data strategies in general, right? For public sector, for the economy, And we have noticed that very much official statistics is not that well represented. So we recognize that we have to do something, and we have to introduce official statistics in these policies. So this happens at the European level and at the national level also. So at the European level, we are trying to do something, working with our colleagues from DG Connect, and trying that they take into account official statistics. So second, quality. So we recognize that one of the biggest challenges about big data sources is that it's not necessarily that they don't have the same quality that we are used to, but they actually challenge the way we have been looking at quality and how we measure quality of these sources. So the idea here is that we foresee some actions to try to handle quality issues. The third one is skills. So as I was saying, dealing with this big data, on one hand, it's all about new applications in terms of analytics that are not that common official statistics. Also because very often we're talking about very large data sets which require specific types of tools for which we do not have the knowledge. So we have to handle this skill shortage in the statistical offices. The fourth one is experience sharing, and the idea here is to do exactly what we are doing in this room, basically. So everyone is doing something. I mean, in big data, we can see this. There is a lot of willingness to share and do things together, but at the same time, everyone has to show something very fast. So everyone is doing something about big data. And so we try our best to have this experience sharing. So some examples, for example, the United Nations Economic Commission for Europe, they launched a sandbox, so where statisticians from statistical office can play with very large data sets. And this is an example of one of the actions that we actually have in mind. Others are conferences, and also forums where we can share experience. So legislation, this is very much one of the priorities. What we have to do here, in particular at the European level. So in the European Union, so one of the big barriers, and I wouldn't say barriers, the big challenges about big data and our use of the big data is data protection. It's privacy perception, one, and the data protection legislation. So in the European Union, most of this legislation is in fact European. So we have to try to find, to see first if it doesn't impose unreasonable limitations to what we can do in official statistics, simply because people are not aware that there is such a thing. So if we have to provide solutions, we try to see what we can do at European level. So IT infrastructure, again, statistical offices are not ready to process such large data sets as we are talking about in case of big data. And of course, it costs a lot of money to set up these infrastructures. So we want to be sure that what we really need, you know, so before we start doing the investments. So in terms of methodology also, ethics and communication is very important, I think, when we're talking about citizen engagement here. In fact, citizen engagement, I'm afraid that we didn't think of this when we talked about ethics and communication. We did think that we need some actions in terms of communication, but in fact, citizen engagement would help a lot in making people understand what we do in official statistics with the data, make them participate in the process, and increase or maintain the trust. So, in terms of, so we just met last week with our task force after the roadmap was approved. And so we start to discuss what kind of pilots we could have. So I would just call your attention to the last column when we really think about crowdsourcing. In particular, we have in mind the volunteered geographical information and, for example, pictures, community pictures collections that you can find in social media. So the point here is right now we are still in the initial stage of discussing what kind of pilots we will launch. So crowdsourcing might be one of them. So I will now move to my last slide. This is basically what we have been doing. And then I thought, what does this mean for crowdsourcing, or how crowdsourcing is taken into account in what we are doing? So when it comes to statistical production, I would be provocative and say that, well, we've always been based on crowdsourcing because people will supply us the data to produce the statistics. But I think we mean something more here. So I would look at crowdsourcing in this context in two ways. One is a citizen as donors of their own data, which is very similar to traditional statistics production, but also citizens as data gatherers. And this is something unknown in official statistics. So first, sensors in mobile phones. When we talk about using mobile phone data, what we have in mind two different things. The first one is to use network data. So data that is available to the mobile network operators. Okay, and there are several pilots on the use of this type of data. A second one is to use the sensors that are inside the mobile phone. And here, I would see this as one way of crowdsourcing the data. So in the pilot that we might launch in the future, in terms of mobile data, I'm pretty sure that we will launch something. We have in mind to use this type of data that comes from the sensors. A second, more concrete example, in fact, is on the 11th of November in Eurostat, we will have a meeting of the time use survey. So the time use survey is, for those of you not familiar with it, is basically a survey that usually uses a diary where people register what they are doing during the day. So this is done every 10 years, okay? And we are preparing the next one, which I think will be for 2020. So we will be meeting because we want to consider the idea of putting one module inside the time use survey to collect the data from the mobile phones people. It's not only using mobile phone as a data collection tool, okay, but also using this data from the sensors. So how do we do this? I think one important element here is respondent empowerment. Okay, some time ago, maybe 1 year ago, we finished a project in Eurostat which was about using the internet as a data source, and there basically the idea was to have a bot installed in a respondent's computer, which basically would monitor what people are doing when they access to the internet. So this is supposed to replace a survey where we ask people about if they do certain activities in the internet. Do you use social networks? Do you do purchases online? Do you look for information on education opportunities? Things like this. So the idea was, let's stop asking people and simply get this information that's already there. And one very important element of this project, of this pilot, is that we will give the opportunity of the respondents to switch off this. Okay. To switch off this bot. I think, although as a statistician, of course, you would think, that's a pity because now you have these biases. People, do not provide all the data. But I think that that is not different from using a questionnaire when you do a survey, where basically people reply, according to what they want to reply, But more importantly, I think that it empowers the respondent, and I think this is key in the age of big data. I believe that very, very often what is behind people's fears about using many big data sources like geolocation of the mobile phone or the your transactions, through the bank transfers, is because people are not in control anymore. Contrary to what has been happening in official statistics, that we ask people and people are free, to respond. We hope truthfully, okay. But the fact is that the respondent is empowered. So I think this is. So what I mean is that for sure in the time use survey, this is what we have in mind. is give the possibility to not provide the data if they don't want to. So the second one, which is citizens as data gatherers. So the first one is open content generated by citizens. One notable example is OpenStreetMap. And in fact, when we talk about mobile phone data, and because many data sources are in fact spatial by nature, if you think about big data sources, the idea is precisely to use this as a source to combine, these layer, the map layers, combine it with geolocation, and trying then to identify the activities and produce statistics from this combination of the sources. Another example, I just put it as an example, is Wikipedia, although we don't have any idea of using data from Wikipedia, but I have seen others, not in official statistics, but I've seen these as a source for producing some figures. And the last one is citizens as observers, and the idea here is that we could also use citizen as detectors of certain events that we could afterwards use. So other forms, I tried to think after I've done this slide of other forms of crowdsourcing. So one is what we call sentiment analysis, and this has been used in several pilots. For example, data from Twitter to try to make a prediction about consumer confidence, that this has shown very good results where it was tried. And I would see that's also a form of crowdsourcing. The last message I want to leave here is, and I think this was mentioned this morning, and again by Stefano, which is the fear of using crowdsourced data is very often that it suffers from selectivity bias. I mean, can you really use this to the policy? Okay. I think this is a challenge that you will find, or we will find, in every big data source very, very often. But I think that these are challenges that we can deal with. So last year, Eurostat has finished a study on, this is the same study, Internet as a Data Source. Part of this study, there was a discussion about certification and accreditation of the sources. And so we have in mind having certain procedures that could try to certify the quality and veracity of this information, of these sources. And I think this is very important in the case of crowdsourced data. So this is basically a very short summary of what we have been doing.
Thank you very much, Fernando. I know there's already one question here. Are there any other questions for the moment for Fernando? Mm-hmm. Ulrich and anybody else? Donatella.
Oh, thank you, Fernando, for your presentation. I think that what you have traded is a great challenge for official statistics, because to deal with big data and crowdsourced data, if we deal with open data, we can adapt our procedures to use this data, hoping that sources don't close. But if we think to change our procedures of production statistics with big data not open but provided by private providers, we have to think about public-private partnership in some way. Otherwise, we invest a lot to change our production procedures, and what does it happen? Then we have to pay the data, because these are not open data, but are private open big data. And this is, my question is, are we thinking about private and public partnership in a ESS umbrella, European Statistical System umbrella?
Well, there are two partnerships. That's one way of dealing with the problem of potential lack of continuity of the sources. This is very important. I would even complement what Donatello was saying. I mean, if we, in official statistics, produce a product, a statistical product, you know, and then users get used to it, and at some moment in time you don't have it anymore, you know, this can create a lot of problems. We foresee partnerships. That's as much as we have right now. Yes, we do. We try, but I think it's going to be very difficult. To be honest, I think it's going to be very difficult. So the only well, if we are in a very initial stages of trying to set up these partnerships, but we foresee it. Yes.
Yeah, thank you very much, Ulrich from the Open Data Institute in London. A great overview of the roadmap. I had one question, if you could expand a little bit on what you're doing around skills. What does it mean to have a roadmap for big data? How does that impact your skills and maybe the development of thereof?
So there are two questions. Okay, so what does this roadmap mean? So the roadmap includes, I didn't go into details here, but the roadmap itself is publicly available. It has several actions inside in each one of those areas. Okay, this means that we're going to move forward with these actions in conjunction with the National Statistical Institutes. This means that we will have funding for projects, and some of them, it's not only about funding, but for example, on the case of the sandbox, which was initiated by the United Nations, we will try to give it continuity, okay? Because this was initiated by the United Nations. It will be difficult to maintain it over time, so we will help there. And also, for example, partnerships. When we talk about trying to set up partnerships at European level, it's not only about funding, it's something we will try to do. In terms of skills, as an example of the actions we have, you know, the actions, for example, include making a stock taking of the skills that we have in statistical offices. Well, you might not believe it, but sometimes it's not that clear, you know. There are a couple of things that are more standard, but some people do know how to use machine learning and things like this, and we are not aware because it's not that commonly used. So we have to make a stock taking of what is available in statistical offices, and then we have to figure out what we need in order to process big data sources. So we need to identify the gap. That's the first thing that we need to do. And that is already difficult, you know, because, I mean, we can talk about big data in general, you know, but to be concrete, when we talk about big data, there isn't one big data source, okay? If we're talking about social media, you know, we're talking about prediction, we're talking about maybe text mining, you know, that's one type of skill. If you're talking about mobile phone data, it's something else. This is going to be about the size of the data set. So you have to know how to use distributed computing systems and things like this. So our idea is that we use the pilots to try to understand what kind of skills do we need. So we foresee a template for each pilot that we in Eurostat are trying to do, or the member states are trying to do, or the ones that we're going to launch at European level, which means to do it jointly, several statistical offices. So we foresee a template where we say, for example, what are the kind of challenges in trying to access data? And until now, from what we have learned, this is the biggest one. It's not even technically to deal with the data. It's the most difficult thing is to actually access the data. So mobile operators are not that willing to provide us the data like that. No, it's not that easy. It's very difficult, in fact. So these pilots will teach you about what kind of for example, legal issues are which prevent access to the data. What are, for example, the skills which are required and maybe we don't have, we don't know to, so we cannot really use this in production. And so we need training. And then what we have is training. So we have the European Statistics Training Program, which is provided by Eurostat, is offered by Eurostat for statisticians in statistical offices in Europe. So this is one of the tools, but these tools are very much directed to the statistical offices, in fact. But we have also been discussing about try to be much more outward oriented. I can't remember what was the term that we are using, but I think we're talking about data skills. So we're trying to introduce these in our thinking, okay?
Okay, thank you, Fernando. I really appreciate the project's trying to bring some specificity to the term big data and that you're looking at all of these different types in turn. I'm also really interested to hear you say that you think the quality issues of crowdsourced data can be dealt with in the future, because it's not something I've heard very often from official statisticians. So I know you're just at the beginning of this project, but it'd be very interesting to follow and see how you go. You say that you think we should have certain procedures that we can work towards in terms of assessing the quality of crowdsourced data. Is this something that will be part of the work of the task force, or you think that will be a next step in terms of standards and quality assessment of crowdsourced data?
This is part of the roadmap, yes. It's not that the task force is handling it, because now the task force is basically created the roadmap and it's following now its follow-up. So it's not that the task force will do it concretely now. It's part of the roadmap and will still need to be implemented. How that will be done, we still don't know.
Okay, thank you again. So we heard from Fernando about Eurostat's work looking at the opportunities of crowdsourced data. We're going to hear now from Trevor Fletcher from Paris 21, who's going to tell us about the Data Revolution project, which is coming at this from an angle of an imperative, looking at the tracking progress towards a Sustainable Development Goal agenda, and how there's a real need to use new data sources to complement official statistics where official statistics are lacking. So Trevor, over to you.
Okay, thanks, Kate. So I'm going to give you now a short presentation about this project informing a data revolution. You may have heard of the term data revolution already, but I'll give you a little bit of background in our project. And then how this is connected to the question of big data, and it follows on quite nicely, I think, from Fernando's presentation. And we'll see how this connects with the potential for crowdsourcing, for getting new types of data, and the opportunities and challenges of using this kind of data. So first off, what is this thing, this data revolution? The term originally actually came out of this very august-sounding group called the High-Level Panel for Eminent Persons, reporting to the UN Secretary-General last year, when they called for a data revolution in order that developing countries can provide the data needed to monitor development, to monitor the Millennium Development Goals and now the new Sustainable Development Goals. And as a result, after sort of some other kind of process, this Paris 21, who I'm currently working for, which is the Partnership and Statistics for Development in the 21st Century, were funded by Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation to run this project, informing a data revolution, with the goal to produce a roadmap to guide international leaders and policymakers and national governments and statistical officers in their path towards an effective, relevant and sustainable development revolution. So fairly big objective for this project. And why we're doing it, just to remind you of what you know already, of course, but data leads to information, which leads to knowledge, which eventually leads to action. And what this project is trying to do is unlock the power of data. I actually prefer that as a slogan to data revolution. And it's about seeing how we can get the right data to the right people at the right time in the right format. What we need to do in the data revolution is to address existing data gaps, of which there are many, again, particularly referring to the development world here, to ensure that we get the better statistics needed in order that the correct decisions are made, ultimately leading to the elimination of poverty and better lives. And what we're doing in the project, I'll explain a bit in a minute how, is to try and understand what the different types of data gaps there are and how they relate to national statistical systems, and also how they relate to the international statistical system. So the project, what we're doing, the big part of what we're doing is actually taking stock in countries of what's being done today, both well and not so well, and to get the view about the needs of both data producers and data users to see, what the problems are, what are the bottlenecks, etc. And so on one side, we're looking at what the problems are, and another, we're exploring innovations and new solutions to see what is out there in terms of, technology, new data sources, different types of financing, new types of governments, etc. To see, what works and if it can be replicated in the future to actually make this data revolution happen. And we're, basically we've got, national systems, countries at the heart of this. We want to build capacity in countries, and we're advocating this in order to promote the data revolution, and with the goal of producing this roadmap for how it can be implemented in the next 5 years and beyond. So looking at each kind of component in a little bit more detail. First, like the main output of this whole exercise is a roadmap which is going to be launched in mid-2015 around the UN General Assembly, just when they're going to be sort of launching the whole new process for the Sustainable Development Goals. And it will be making the case for a data revolution in developing countries. It's going to identify, based on these sort of stock taking we're doing, what needs to be done, and we're going to try and estimate how much all this may cost. Even though it's going to be launched in mid-2015, we're actually writing it, as we speak. We've got a group of authors who are actually putting together the main messages, and we have to get a first version ready by the end of November. And the roadmap is supported by a number of activities. First of all, I mentioned these country studies, where we're trying to understand the challenges facing national statistical offices or the wider statistical system. And to do this, we actually launched a survey in 27 countries, and followed it up with a more in-depth study in 7 countries, where we actually had consultants in place doing much more detailed interviews of users and producers of statistics to see what the problems are, and also what the country's views are in terms of priorities for the future. So you can see we did the questionnaire in 27 countries, and running in-depth studies in Bangladesh, Burundi, Cabo Verde, Congo, Colombia, Philippines, Trinidad and Tobago, and this has meant a huge amount of coordination with consultants and travelling to run the workshops in these countries. But we've gathered a huge amount of information about what the bottlenecks are in countries, and also, I think, related to this, what if they're using any kinds of big data, crowdsourcing, what their innovations are, and what their views are as this kind of data as potential for filling data gaps in the future. So this is probably the most labour-intensive activity of the project. But at the same time, as I said, we're also collecting information about innovations that are being that are happening in sort of the private sector, in statistics offices, academia, whatever. And these can be either technological, institutional, or other developments. Whatever they are, looking at ways that they can improve the whole kind of life cycle of statistical processing, from data collection, compilation, data editing, dissemination, visualization, and all the rest. And we're collecting these and putting them together in a sort of catalogue or inventory of case studies to see how these can sort of fill data gaps, or how they can actually match the problems that we've been identifying in the country surveys, to see where, you know, countries have said our main problem is innovation, or rather dissemination. We're looking to see what dissemination platforms exist, or where there's you know, big data or crowdsourcing can also fill gaps. So this has actually been a very interesting exercise. We've got like an online innovation now with about 120 sort of case studies in it, which will also feed into the roadmap as examples of how technology can be used to help official statistics moving forward. I mentioned that the roadmap is going to be launched next July ahead of the UN General Assembly, and it's going to be supported by a number of other documents, including a clear vision of what the revolution is, background documents including the various country studies, and a number of research papers we've commissioned. And we're going to hopefully include an overview of how all this can be implemented, including an estimate of the financing requirements. And there's also, we're doing this at the same time as a number of other people are doing very similar exercises you may be aware of. You may have seen recently there was an estimate for filling data gaps put at $250 billion over the next 10 years by I forget the name of Morten Jensen or Morten Jurven, famous author. I mean, anyway, it was in got a lot of press, so there's a lot of interest in how much all this may cost. Just to now sort of flip this round and see how it sort of connects to, you know, the whole question of big data. And there's this, I have no idea how much a quintillion is. I think it's more than a zillion. And but apparently 2.5 quintillion bytes of data are created daily. So there's obviously, you know, questions of how can this be big data be used for development? And there's a lot of debate going on at the moment. You know, is this data, could it be useful or in filling data gaps? Will it eventually replace official statistics? So there's a lot of debate and research and development going on at the moment, and I don't know if Fernando has any other views on this, but at the moment I can see that there's two main innovators in the big data world that I've seen who are actually doing something concrete, and that's like ABS Australia and CBS Netherlands, and Istat a little bit as well, just to be fair, seeing as I have some Istat colleagues either side of me. And other national offices are proceeding with caution or just doing nothing. They're waiting to see what happens. They're not going to commit anything until you know, other officers can demonstrate that the data can be used to kind of complement official statistics, and I say complement, you know, rather than replace. But NSOs are starting to recognise that the potential of big data. I mean, I think it's about 3 years ago I was first involved in a group with NSOs looking at big data. And there was like outright hostility at that point. Maybe one or two were saying it was worth looking at. Others just said, no way, you know, there's no methodology, there's huge issues of quality, etc. But there's, you know, it's gaining momentum. I mean, it's not going to go away. So national offices are slowly investigating, you know, what sources can be used to complement existing official data and to fill gaps. But you know, there are major concerns over data quality and stability, and quite rightly. I mean, it's not like it's just magic and you can start using it and to fill gaps. There's a lot of work to be done, and there's a lot of also thought that more attention should be placed on improving and using, you know, administrative data sources rather than the sort of more, you know, glamorous new big data sources coming from phone logs, sensors, and social media, etc. I mentioned that two sort of big players at the moment are CBS Netherlands and ABS. And CBS, I mean, their work now is becoming quite famous. I've been to about 5 conferences on big data, and I've seen the CBS presentations on traffic sensors and social media at each one. And it's a very good presentation, but I do know it off by heart now. And they know that the data is considered imperfect, but it's timely and definitely of interest, and new methods and models are needed. ABS are doing kind of R&D in using satellite imagery for estimating crop yields and mobile positioning for population mobility. It's also been widely noted that, you know, to use this data you need new skills, and the term data scientist has sort of popped up in the last couple of years, and it's become apparently the new métier. And, you know, these are kind of, I think they're people with statistics knowledge, but they also need IT knowledge to be able to merge huge unstructured data sets and to try and make sense out of them. And to also to sort of dig into this data to sort of pick out the stories. And this is a kind of quite rare animal, this data scientist, because it's involves several different skills. And I think this is something that, you know, should maybe be on sort of university courses in the future. But it's an area where there's definitely a gap in staff at the moment. Another thing also that Fernando alluded to, that, you know, the fact that big data is out there doesn't mean that you can just use it. You know, it's often from commercial companies who don't just want to hand their data out. And an example is, again, following from Fernando, this big data sandbox. In our project, we had been, you know, liaising with Orange, the phone company, who'd made some fairly large, anonymized, you know, already anonymized and partly aggregated phone logs available for their data for development contest. You know, they did in I think Senegal and I think Ivory Coast. And this was data that they'd already made, you know, like available for public use for a competition. And we asked if we could use it for the sandbox to test out large, you know, phone log. You'd have thought it was fairly straightforward. It took nearly 6 months of negotiating to get hold of this data set. So, you know, I mean, you shouldn't underestimate that commercial companies do not want to hand out their data, and if you want to get it, to use it, you may need some kind of legislation for this to happen. So it's not, you know, the fault of official statistics that it's taking such a long time. It's, you know, commercial companies don't want to hand out their information, or if they do, they want to be able to sell it. I mentioned that, you know, new skills are needed. I just mentioned that, you know, the amount of time needed for commercial companies is a thing that's slowing things down, but there are changes in attitudes in national offices, at least in some of them. I think there's a lot who are sitting in the middle waiting for something to happen, and then they, you know, once they see that it does have a use, they will also take it up. Threat or opportunity? Well, I mean, there are sort of definite major opportunities in big data as an input for official statistics, either on its own or in combination with more traditional data sources. And it certainly has the potential to produce more relevant and timely assistance, more so than traditional sources of data. You know, obviously the whole effort in constructing a survey and implementing it can take months, whereas this kind of data, you know, in principle is there and ready to use. And I think, you know, by incorporating relevant big data sources into official statistics processes, NSO is the best position to measure their accuracy. And I think national offices have a very important role as data brokers in this. They shouldn't be left behind. They should certainly stay involved in the dialogue. There's sort of challenges, legislative, with respect to access and use of data, and that sort of affects also, you know, privacy, managing public trust and acceptance of data reuse. There's the financial aspects, the potential costs of sourcing versus the benefits, management, policies and directives about the management and protection of data. Methodology and data quality is a huge issue that needs to be dealt with. I think technological, that's already happening. I mean, there's a lot of technology now for use for managing, huge data sets. I think, Hadoop is fairly well known for, being able now to manage, vast data sets with these, parallel processors. How all this affects, crowdsourcing, right, the very last slide. In fact, what we're doing, as I mentioned in this project, we're building an inventory of innovations, and we have them by various categories. And in this presentation, which I hope you have, there's actually a link to this innovations inventory, which does include a category on crowdsourcing. And in there, you can't really see it, but we've got all of the various innovations we've received that also include the keyword crowdsourcing are in here. And there's actually some very interesting ones. I haven't got my binoculars, so I can't actually see what they are, maybe. I mean, I rather than go through all of these, what I would encourage you to do, if you use the link to the inventory in the PowerPoint, and you can see the various types of crowdsourcing innovative solutions that are out there. A lot have been done in sub-Saharan Africa, very interesting, where they are sort of using a lot of sort of mobile phone data collection techniques to actually collect data. So we've got quite a few. I think there's about 10 or 15 crowdsourcing projects in the inventory. And actually, while you're all here, if anybody has any other innovations, we're very happy to include them in the inventory. So feel free to contact me afterwards or via my email, which is here, and we'll be happy to include them in the inventory. Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Trevor. Are there questions for Trevor? Yes, Loretta?
Actually, it's not a question, it's a suggestion. So these are the kind of projects that we would fund in the next phase because they require collaboration and coordination. So
okay, that's a very generous comment.
Yes.
All right, well, so now we've had two kind of overview presentations of what official statistical offices are doing from two different perspectives to look at crowdsourcing as one aspect of a wider big data project. We're going to now finish with a presentation from Vyron Antoniou, who is here to present a project from University College London, which has looked specifically at different crowdsourcing projects and the opportunities and limitations of these projects for government usage. So go ahead, Vyron.
First of all, thank you very much for the invitation and the opportunity to present our work on crowdsourcing geographic information use in government. This project was commissioned to us at UCL by World Bank, and a research team, just to be fair, 5 people. The head of the research team, Professor Amuki Hackley, was leading the research. Me and Sofia Basiuka both studied at UCL, still affiliated with UCL. Robert Soden from World Bank and Peter Mooney worked on this project. So, what is the project background? First of all, we have seen that crowdsourcing in geographic information is a maturing phenomenon. So we have OpenStreetMap. Fernando talked about OpenStreetMap a little bit. Is now more than 10 years old. Is the prime example of crowdsourced geographic data. Followed by other initiatives, private or not. We have TomTom from 2007, Google MapMaker, and Waze. By the way, Waze was acquired by Google for about $1 billion. So there is a lot of interest in crowdsourcing geographic information. We have seen that quality of volunteer geographic information, as is more publicly known, VGI, is good enough and can fit our various purposes. GFDRR, World Bank actually, and others fund VGI projects. And so they wanted to know how to ensure that projects are successful. They want to know about what are the barriers and what are the opportunities. This is the background of the project that took place at UCL. The scope of the project was to investigate a bit the flow of information. So we were not interested into projects, in crowdsourced projects that were closed in a silo or something like that. So we specifically targeted projects that allowed flow of information between the public and the government. So either directly from the public to the government, or government to public, back to government, and vice versa, from public to government, back to public. What we've done was that the initial concept was generated at a workshop at the State of the Map. This is a workshop for a conference for the OpenStreetMap. We selected, we monitored 7 cases. We analyzed them, 7 cases of crowdsourced projects. We set up a website and we ran a survey. We solicited 4 case studies through experts, and then we continued to identify crowdsourced cases for about 5 months. Last May, we had a workshop online, and we wrote up the report. In total, we have investigated the details of 29 cases, and we have identified 35 of them. This is a map of where the case studies are. So we believe we have a good coverage of the world. Okay, so the analysis, after collecting the data and the details of all these projects, we analyzed the components of and summarized the components of these projects, and we have concluded that these are the most important elements that someone has to consider when it comes to crowdsourced data, crowdsourced projects, and government. I will focus only on 3 of these, as we don't have the time to go through the whole report. By the way, I will give you the link to download the report, and I urge you to read it. It's quite an interesting work. So I'm going to discuss about the incentives and drivers, the success factors, and the problems encountered through these projects. So first of all, incentives and drivers. What can start actually a crowdsourced project? This is the question. Grouping the results from the case studies, we've seen that one, perhaps the most important reason is that there is lack of institutional data in time-sensitive situations. For example, in Haiti earthquake disaster response, there was no geographic information available, not least because the national mapping agency collapsed because of the earthquake. So the humanitarian effort could not actually use any of the data that the national mapping agency should have provided for them. Another example is a case study in Kathmandu Valley, where they have seen what happened in Haiti earthquake, and they have proactively started to map and contribute data through a crowdsourced process for schools and health facilities. By the way, Kathmandu Valley is one of the most dangerous areas in terms of earthquakes. Another driver, another incentive for creating and initiating crowdsourced projects is the policy change around governmental data. Here the examples are from the New York City, where they changed their policy on the data that they used to have. So now they provide the data openly to the crowd, and quite a few applications have started to build on top on this data. The crowd has started to collect this data, enrich them, and send them back to the New York City municipality. Another case is the Korean land cover. Korean land cover is a data set created for the European Union. It's, as it says, for the land cover of Europe. And when the policy of and the license of the data changed and was openly available to the public, the French community of OpenStreetMap downloaded the data, enriched them, correct them, update them, and send them back. Another case is US, the State Department, imagery to the crowd policy. So they made available high-resolution satellite imagery, and many NGOs have started to build crowdsourced applications on top of these satellite imagery. Another driver is low resources and need for infrastructure support. So this it's interesting because it can we have seen cases both in economically affluent states and in states that are not that rich. For example, we have seen a case in Canada where they have to map and update their data, keep up-to-date data for about 10 million square kilometers or something like that, and they don't have the resources to do it on their own, so they started crowdsourced projects in order to facilitate the update of the data. Another case is Ulaanbaatar. There was a smart city project. There was a vision to create a smart city, but they didn't have the opportunity didn't have the means to support that, especially when it comes to geographic data. So they decided to crowdsource that data and then start building services for their users. Another driver is research and development efforts. Also here, many cases. 3 here. The first is the roadside killing in California, where people are monitoring and reporting where such incidents happen. The Townstalker in Spain, which is a game that allows users to update and verify vernacular toponyms in Spain, and Fintan in UK, where it's a professional crowdsourcing application that enables the Coast Guard, the personnel of the Coast Guard in the UK, again to update and contribute vernacular toponyms in of the coast of UK. And finally, we have environmental monitoring through citizen science. This is did you feel it? The application of USGS, where people are contributing data about earthquakes, Scandops, where people are contributing observations of wildlife in Norway and Sweden. So these are the main elements that can create a crowdsourced application that can feed data into government. Now, what are the success factors that we have seen in these applications? First of all, the identification of appropriate cooperation between the public and the government. So, if we want to start a crowdsourced project, we have to consider very carefully from the beginning how these data sets will come into the life cycle and the chain of a governmental agency. So, for example, in Canada, they have created a roadmap how these datasets will go from the National Mapping Agency to the crowd. Their datasets were released openly in OSM format. The crowd took the data, correct them, update them, and then submitted it back to the Canadian National Mapping Agency, which uses them as a change detection background. Another element is the partnership of scientific organizations. In the case of the Did You Feel It? Well, the crowdsourcing projects are not one-man show. So we need to incorporate a lot of disciplines. We need to engage a lot of people. That we need to respect the expertise of each professional. And this is what they have done at the USGS. They used a lot of different scientists to form a group that will be able to support the Did You Feel It application. The recruitment of volunteers, projects that have managed to recruit the best available volunteers have succeeded to their aims. We have the word crowd or the word public is very vague one. So we usually work under the assumption that everyone in the crowd can participate in our project and we can get data from everyone out there. But this is not the case. Participation can vary due to age, due to the scope of the project, due to the area and the geography of the project. So one fundamental issue is to focus on the correct target of volunteers and try to recruit the best of them. Another factor that can lead to the success of a project is workshops. We have seen that the projects that have spent and invest time and resources to train the crowd have managed to succeed their scopes and their aims. In many cases, there were delegates in specific areas. They built small communities that later worked as cores that attract more volunteers, and it was more easily available. It was more easily to gather information on the field because of this propagation of knowledge from the experts, from the organizing committee of the crowdsourced project to the volunteers and to the public. And finally, the cases of where we have innovative techniques like the Towns Conquer, where they use gamification and games engineering to collect data, to make users collect data at specific areas. I'm going to talk about gamification a little bit later, so let's go to the next, which is the problems encountered. So most cases that didn't actually succeed to their final scopes to deliver their goals were the ones that had an one-off event. They invested a lot in the beginning of the project, and then they had no follow-up support. They didn't had any ongoing work on the projects. Another problem is the accuracy and reliability of the datasets. Specific data and specific sensors and specific users can collect data that can fit or not fit into our projects. So we have to, right from the beginning, consider what kind of data we need, what accuracy we need, how we can actually check the quality of the data and the reliability of the data, and then start building on top of that. And finally, maintaining public interest. At some point, the projects were not meant to constantly be run by a committee or by a leading team. So the project was meant to hand it over to the community. And in order to survive a project to survive, we need to actually see how the public interest will be maintained, how the life cycle of the project will evolve without a small group of people monitoring everything forever. So to sum up some challenges that need to be addressed on top of the problems that discussed earlier. First of all, traditional practices and concerns over organizational change. Crowdsourced data, due to their nature, raise some eyebrows about their nature, how we can actually deal with this. And it's interesting to, we have seen very interesting cases where officials and bureaucratic procedures are not easily adaptable to welcome crowdsourced data. So this is one challenge that has to be addressed. Another one is the continuation and sustainability of the project. I just spoke about it earlier. The separation between data collection and use of policy analysis. So this is, we need to make clear right from the beginning how the data will be collected, for what purpose, how they are going to be used, and we have to communicate all this back to the crowd in order to feed again the interest and the motivation of the users. Another big issue is licensing and intellectual property rights. This has to be clear. Who owns the data? What usage of the data is allowed and what's not? Are people going to get anything back from this for free or not? Conflict between channels of reporting. For example, there's an application, Fix My Street in UK, where you can actually report problems in your neighborhood in terms of fixing the road network. And there were conflict channels of reporting that because most boroughs in UK have a similar channel of reporting problems in the road network. So people who reported problems in Fix My Street expected the local authorities to monitor Fix My Street and fix the street according to that, but the authorities said that we are not obliged to monitor Fix My Street. We have our own channels, and we are fixing the problems that come first from our own channels, and so on. So we need to make clear what are the reporting channels, how the data and the information is gathered and goes to the government, and if these channels are helping each other or fighting each other. It's good to have contact points in all crowdsourced projects, especially if they are, the geography of the project is quite large. It's good to have local communities that will support that project, and it's necessary to have contact points in each area to coordinate the project. And last is the fact that there is inherent biases, either coverage in temporal and participation of the users. And just to explain a little bit more this last circle, this last point, I have included some slides from other research that we have made we have done at UCL. I will try to explain a little bit what the biases are inside the data that come from crowdsourced sources. So what we see here is about 1 million geotagged photographs from Flickr. The spatial resolution is 1 square kilometers. So this research was completed in 2010. And what you see here is the spatial distribution of the geotagged photographs. The peak in London is the square kilometer that covers Trafalgar Square. So there's about 50,000 geotagged photographs in this area. But as you can see, in most of the UK, there are no photographs at all. So the spatial distribution and how people are actually participating in these data sets is quite a tricky factor. Another one is how people are participating in OpenStreetMap. This is a graph showing the categories of the road network according to the OpenStreetMap. So on the x-axis, we have the categories of the roads. And on the y-axis, we have the number of unique tags, the attributes that contributors are assigning to the roads. So you see that for residential, for example, we have more than 300 unique tags for the residential area category. So if we leave our contributors free and if we don't take any extra effort to model how the data will be submitted, we will end up with such results. And it's interesting to note here that the 90% of the tags is covered by only 10 tags, 10 attributes. It's the peak, the differently colored peak in each bar. So the explanation is that we need only 10 tags to describe a residential road, and the rest is just noise. Noise that doesn't allow us to go on with the analysis. We don't understand what are, they degrade the quality of our data. There is a lot of work that needs to be done in order to understand what is noise and what's not. You need to fix your data before going into the next step, which is analysis. Another case is, again, from the OpenStreetMap. Here is a hotspot analysis of the number of edits for each feature. I will explain a bit of what's going on here. So just like Wikipedia, in OpenStreetMap, you can trace back the history of a feature element. So you know how that feature element was created, how many edits have in its life cycle, and we run a hotspot analysis on the number of that edits. And here, this is the road network of London Borough, the Camden London Borough. And what you see here is that most edits are taking place in the red areas, which is the lower red area is the area around UCL, which is the birthplace of OpenStreetMap. And the other red area is the popular Camden Market. So people are editing features around these popular areas. Whereas in more obscure areas in this borough, you see that they are not editing a lot. So there are participation biases, how people are going. What I'm trying to say with all these examples is that we should foresee these problems. This is the normal situation, how people are participating in crowdsourced projects. And we have to take care of these biases beforehand. Okay, and this is another example of the same participation problem. The upper image is an area, the density surface of almost 8,000 photographs in Flickr. You see the white spots are the high density areas, the blue ones are light blue ones are the low-density areas. And you see that Flickr covers specific popular areas in this part of the city. By the way, it's a square there is 1 by 1 kilometer. Whereas the geograph with almost 1,100 photographs provides a much better and much more inclusive coverage of the area, of the same area. So how geograph can do that with less photographs? The answer has been given by Emily earlier by setting up a game. So they have set up a game where, first of all, they are explicitly asking people to contribute geodac photographs for the entire UK. And they have set up a game around this, on top of this goal. And they say if you are the first to submit a photograph, you get a star. And if you submit a lot of photographs, you get another star, and so on and so forth. So you actually don't win anything, but it's a game and people like to play games. But there is a dark side of games because a game here is used as a behavior change tool, and this is what gamification and game engineering is, a change behavior tool. So the normal behavior is what we've seen earlier. So people are flocking in specific areas, they are preferring specific areas, they are not spread evenly in the geography. But if you start building a game on top of that, you can actually modify the behavior of your contributors and have that kind of results. And this almost last slide was just to say that the big fish is setting up games. Just to do that, they are Google has set up a game named Ingress, which makes people go to specific areas, and while they go there, they have their GPS devices open and in the smartphones, and all the data are uploaded to Google servers, and so Google is monitoring and collecting data about the geography, footpaths, and so on, and available Wi-Fi networks and whatever they can actually collect from the sensor called smartphone. But Emily showed a much better game. So this is it from me. The first part of my presentation was about our work on crowdsourced geographic information in government. Here you can download freely the report. That's it. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Vyron. That was really, really interesting. Are there any questions from the workshop? I just had a general question because you listed a number of interesting uses for this kind of data, and you've shown how there's a lot of examples around the world, but you also had a long list of issues that we need to take into account. Overall, do you feel positive or negative that this kind of volunteer geographic information can have a real use for governments, or do you think that at the moment at least the limitations are too big for us to count on it?
Well, things are not static, okay, are evolving. So just in 10 years, let's say OpenStreetMap has managed to do what many national mapping agencies haven't done. Okay, so the potential is here. If we want to discuss specific cases, well, we have to be a bit more concrete and say, well, can we do this? But the important point is that the better the analysis of the project, the better if we consider all these factors before starting any kind of such projects, will increase the possibilities of success. Okay.
Salima.
I have a question, I guess, on Vyron and for Trevor. So as you've shown, lots of these projects that are crowdsourced or particularly GIS geographical information system projects seem to work quite well. Does this mean that governments should be perhaps supporting the development of such projects as they're already working? And especially when you talk about developing countries and emerging markets, where there's huge gaps in this kind of information, is the best way to go, is it for governments and national statistics offices to fund agencies that do things better than they do?
Well, there are some cases that the government is supporting such initiatives, but in most cases there are NGOs and funded by the World Bank or other international organizations that actually take the burden of financing and running such projects. Well,
that's a good question that I don't have the answer to. But what we've seen at the moment is there's like partnerships sort of emerging, and the example of Orange was a good example where they made the data available to like researchers to try and come up with useful data. How far this will go in the involvement of kind of governments and national offices, I think that's sort of still pending. There are some examples like I showed of Australia and Netherlands and also Italy where they're doing sort of small R&D kind of projects on it, but not putting in major resources yet. But I think we'll know in the next sort of 2 or 3 years what direction that's going in.
Okay, thank you very much to all the presentations. That was really interesting. It's time for a break. So if we come back here at 10 to 4, our last session's a little shorter, but no less interesting. So we'll look forward to that. So thank you very much. There should be some coffee and tea outside.
Did you ask?
Okay, thank you. Thank you, everybody. It's the last stretch. We're almost there. Okay, this last session is a bit shorter, and we have some very interesting presentations lined up. So first of all, I'm going to give the floor to Ulrich from the Open Data Institute.
Thank you very much, Kate. In the interest of our well-being, I will keep it short. So I'll skip over some of the slides fastly, and you can then, if you're interested, ask me questions afterwards. My name is Ulrich. I'm the head of statistics at the Open Data Institute in London, which, if you haven't come across it, it's a independent, non-for-profit organisation which was set up by the British government, by the UK government in 2012. So we were initially funded with £10 million over 5 years by the UK government, but with the remit to find the same amount of money in matched funding. So we have professional services, membership model, and we offer training and so forth. No, this is the one. So what are we trying to achieve? So we're here to catalyze, as if you will, the open data ecosystem, and we're really looking at this, what is called the triple bottom line, sort of economic value, social value, and environmental value. And I was surprised when I saw this slide by a presentation at the Royal Statistical Society, namely by Glenn Everett, because he used the same triple bottom line to describe the national statistics around well-being. So I will come back to this, what we're doing or how we were involved a little bit more when it came to well-being statistics. For the time being, I will talk a bit more about how to sort of engage users and talk a little bit of what we're doing at the ODI. So you may have been asked, what are these statistics for? Can you justify your budget? What is the impact? And all these questions that make you justify your work you're doing. And this is what we have to do as well, justify the work we're doing and sort of showing the impact. So one big part of what we're doing in the research team is the evidence base. But in particular, one way we are showing what we're doing is by the means of open dashboards. So they're all on the internet. And so the first one is people reached. So what we do is we host events. We have a big conference coming up in November. We have online materials. So one metric is around engagement. We have a metric around value unlocked. So in contrast to maybe some of the civil society organizations, we focus a lot on the commercial sector. So we have, I believe, 11 startups as part of the ODI that we're helping on their journey. And so in this value, you find, grants and contracts and research money that we won for them or for the ODI. We have sort of a global remit. We have what is called the Node Network, 127 sort of people around in our network that may be affiliates, individuals, but there are also organizations. The most recent one is an ODI node in Rio in Brazil, which is very exciting. I hope I get to visit. And we have training, as I said. So since the 2 years we exist, we have trained 500 people in what is open data, how you can use it for journalism or open data technologies, so skills in general. And lastly, we also provide tools and services. So on the bottom right, Open Data Certificate is a way of certifying your data publications. So we believe it's the first robust open data certificate. It's a sort of, you go on the website and then it asks you in various ways around the technical qualities, the legals, the social or other pragmatic considerations you may have made when publishing your data. And when you go through this, at the very end, you get a certificate, which can be, I think we have 4 levels, sort of basic, pilot, standard, and expert. And it's a great way for you as a publisher to improve your open data, but also a way of creating trust with the users and the reusers of that data. No. So another thing we do is we try to communicate a lot. So this was a project I did on how open data can be used to increase democratic engagement. What we did, we looked at sort of census data, we looked at other open data sources and tried to combine them in an analysis to see, do we find patterns across the countries of where people vote a lot, where people maybe don't. This was also in the wake of the Scottish referendum. We had a very sobering result that there's not really enough open data to make robust statistical claims about it, but our communication team is so good that we got a place in the Guardian anyways. And so we try to close the loop from publishing data, using data, and then talking about the success and the impact of that use, so we then can publish even more. So you can think of it as, or I think of this as this circle: publishing, using, sort of the supply side, the demand side, and then sort of the stories around it. I'm going to remind ourselves what open data is. So open data is just any data that's available at no cost for anyone to use at any purpose, sometimes with maybe attribution license. But last year in July, the G8 sat down and created this open data charter where they say, open data, a new era in which people can use open data to generate insights, ideas, and services to create a better world for all. And I think that resonates also a little bit with the well-being statistics or the OECD Better Life Index. How can we use data? How can we use these measurements to create a better world for all? And if you look into a bit more detail, you will see that the Open Data Charter from the G8 has 5 principles. One is open data by default. Sort of when you publish data, the first step should be the default should be open, and it should be available for people or developer or businesses to use it. Principle 2, quality and quantity, something that I emphasize here because that's really in my opinion, the next step. Not only publishing it, but publishing it with a quality and a guarantee so that people are encouraged to use it, and either from a technical perspective or just from people in general. Then usable by all around formats, and then the 2 reasons for improved governance, so for transparency, and lastly for innovation, so economic benefit. And at the moment, this GA Open Data Charter is sort of the main, it's often the main research where government looks to when they look at sort of policy implications. Here is a great example of an example where open data has been very engaging with the population. So police.uk, since I think 2011, when they released their website, had over 60 million visits in the UK. And the UK has roughly 60 million people. And you can see what they do is they publish crime statistics and other statistics on their website, partly with a map and partly with sort of other figures and modes. They are quite clever in how they do it. So they don't publish something like domestic violence because that would be a bit dangerous if someone wanted to create harm. So they have a very considered approach of what they publish and how they publish. But one of the reasons why they're successful, in my opinion, is that they have a very localized approach. So you can look up a very small area exactly where you live, and that's something that people are interested in themselves or in their neighborhood, in their peers. And this is a bit the previous version, but you can see it's very local. It shows you photos of the local policemen. So you see the map, you see crime statistics in your local area, and you have ways of getting involved or contact them. So this is a more serious use of open data, and if you want sort of the distilled secret of this, when is open data used most? It's when people care about it. Seems obvious, but sometimes isn't it? When do people care about? People care about education and police and sort of what matters to them. I have a less serious use of open data just for balancing, which is from a sort of an entertainment block in the UK called Us versus Them, and they found this data set on frozen animals and say in Peterborough, is this where you're from?
It is.
It is. So in Peterborough, there were 101 frozen cats in 2013, and they write this lengthy, quite humorous article. What is it, and what could it be? The truth is out there. And at some point, I can resolve the mystery here. At some point, they just asked the council, and they said, well, we record the statistics. It's mostly sort of roadkill, and we keep the animals in case someone wants to recover them and pick them up, and they, I guess, keep them as frozen animals. But just a sort of another use of open data and engagement with the public. So the classic example is transportation, where the value that's estimated just for London between 15 million and 58 million in terms of time savings, and it's also a great example of the data supply chain. So Transport for London has, of course, all their sensors and real-time information of buses and tube and so forth. It gets all published in a not terrible, but in very difficult format. So you have enablers like Transport API who use and aggregate and sort of process that data. So then other apps like CityMapper can use it and bring it to the people. And that is sort of one of the core messages here that I've seen, that most people are not interested in the data. They're interested in the use and sort of the application. And this reminds, so I don't know if you've seen this. I got this inspiration from the tech world. So this is the Gartner hype cycle of technology. We're talking a bit of technology, and I point out a few interesting ones, so for the first one, maybe at the very beginning, the quantified self. So people who collect data about themselves, and usually it's around health. So maybe your fitness trackers or sport, or maybe if you have a chronic illness, then they log their diabetic insulin intake and so forth. And it's fairly at the beginning, but it's going to be an interesting data source because people will collect it about themselves. They're very interested. They're very engaged. What do we do with all this data? At the moment, it's not really clear because, of course, why would they share it? It's very personal and so forth. But it's coming. Another one is, we see data science here, but what I may point out is gamification. We have seen it before. According to Gartner, it has sort of crossed the peak of inflated expectation. It's moving towards the trough of disillusionment. But I think what it means that at some point we'll end up with gamification being a normal part of products. And the last one I'm going to mention is 3D printing, which here's enterprise 3D printing, 3D scanning, almost in the normality. And I think consumer 3D printing, which is very, very new. And so this is this question of how do you apply it? How do you make something that's new and not used to people, technology? How do you make it more useful? And one of the startups we have is called I Can Make, and they talked about crossing the chasm. So if you have this normal life cycle of technology where you have the innovators who just use it, you have the early adopters, but then crossing that chasm to the rest of the people becomes quite difficult and very different. And I think we can learn, a statistician publishing statistics, we can learn a little bit from that people who are interested in well-being statistics, they will find it and they will make sense of it, but all the rest will not find it and will not care if we don't make an effort to bring it to them in this way. And so this question of how do we cross this chasm becomes quite interesting. To make it a bit more concrete, what that means is, I think, the example of the iPod. When it first came out, it was a technical device. It was welcomed by those who love technology and who like to play around with new gadgets. But the uptake at the beginning was not that great until iTunes came along, and where people could just consume music on the go, wherever they were, very easily. And so iTunes sort of made this technology more available to the mass market. And I guess the rest is sort of history in terms of the success of the iPod. And so this story came from I Can Make, who do 3D printing. So here is a model of the London Bridge that they 3D printed. And it moves, and it's inspired by the actual Tower Bridge, not London Bridge, in London. And they really want to sort of bring this more to children and help them develop this technology from a very niche, technology savvy and interested people to the more mass market. Here's he talking in our office. barriers to reuse very quickly, because this is more sort of for people who want to reuse the data, not so much for the general public, but I have split them down in 3 areas: discoverability, standards, and licenses. So the first one is fairly obvious. If you can find the data sets, it's almost as it didn't exist. So one question I had, when I search for well-being on data.gov.uk, which is the UK data store, you will get 140 results. If you do the same for happiness, it's only 7 results. Now, there are reasons why we have 2 terms for it, and it's very important to distinguish them. An average person may not really know the term well-being, so what can we do that we serve them similar results, even if they search for maybe the wrong term? Second one is standards. A study I did earlier this year, is of how many data sets that are labeled as CSV, comma-separated values, are actually CSVs. And you can see from the 20,000 on the website, only 16,000, 17,000 are actually ending in .csv. Of those, only around 13,000 are active, and then truly machine-readable, only 7,300. And so that means, even though standards are really important in the open data world for reuse. And one reason is we try to do this co-occurrence, so which data sets occur at the same time, which headers of columns occur at the same time, and you can see these massive clusters around expenses, sort of transparency in the public sector. But if you look at the 4 agencies in the UK, as an example, who publish information or data about expenses, they use they use different terms for the same fields. Sometimes it's date, sometimes it's payment date, and so forth, which just increases the barriers for any analyst who wants to reuse the data and maybe bring it to a broader market. And the last, metadata, very important. So what happens if metadata goes wrong? We get something like this, curved yellow fruit, that the description is just a bit silly. And we can go back to the G8, to the G8 metadata mapping, which tries to standardize the different fields across different languages. I think this is very useful if you do publish a multilingual site, that you can say, well, it's licensed in the US and licensed in the UK, and you saw in France, and licensed, and Nutzungsbestimmungen in Germany, which is a terrible word, length of the word comparison, and so forth. The third one, licenses, just very quickly. If you publish data, make it very clear how people and consumers and businesses and other organizations can reuse it. So one example we had in one of our Friday lunchtime lectures is the Great British Public Toilet Map, which is a very British thing to have, I would say. So, which they tried to map all the location of public toilets, but at the very beginning they run into problems because this data is all held by local councils, and so sometimes it wasn't clear if the ordnance survey has rights on the location or not, and so it just created an unnecessary barrier, which I think eventually got solved. If you come to our office, we will see art, ODI as data as culture, it is called, and it has been incredibly successful in terms of its uptake, and the responses we had was featured in the big tech conferences earlier this year in Rio, for example. And what we try to do with this is bring the concept of data, which is very abstract, to the general public. So if someone, say from the private business world, comes in our office and they don't really know about data, then they see this exhibition and it creates a starting point. And I have a few examples of what this means. One is the Watching the Watchers by James Bridle, which are photos of drones across the world. And of course, drones are very prominent in countries like Pakistan or Afghanistan, where they fly over and no one sees them. And they should all be secret, but if you go on Google Maps or OpenStreetMap, or where you have satellite imagery, you can find these drones again. And so it's art. It doesn't really have to make sense on a broader level, but it should be sort of a point of discussion. And that also means that open data by itself is, I think, agnostic. It's not good or bad. And this is an example where open data may not be that great. So somewhere, I think it's in Africa, somewhere in a national park, they fear this problem that someone takes photos of animals with the geotagging, which may lead people to their location, then shoot them for their tusks or for their horns in this case. So, data being neutral, only the use of them makes it good or bad. The vending machine, very popular. I keep mentioning it, it's such a great example. So what it does is, we call it the recession crisps. It's prominent in our kitchen, and whenever the recession gets worse in the UK, it releases a pack of crisps. And it does that by reading the BBC news header for keywords like inflation or price or budget, and so it's a very nice visual example of what's going on in the news. I'm going to skip this one. Glenn Everett, who I believe runs the National Wellbeing one, held a talk earlier this year in April from the Royal Statistical Society. So you can find the slides online from his slides, which are a great overview of what the UK is doing in terms of national well-being. I'm not going to reuse his presentation too much, but one slide is, for example, how is well-being data used, and you can see it's used internally from the Department of Health through the Cabinet Office, through sort of Berkeley Homes in all sorts of ways. And I'll leave it to you if you're interested or for later what this means. So, but another example that came through was the Cabinet Office approached me earlier this year and said, we have this great idea for career calculators. What if people could enter or maybe children or teenagers or people at uni could enter their preferred career choice and see what not only the average salary is, but also the expected happiness. And I think that's a great use of this well-being data. So how it's used at the moment is the Wheel of Happiness, and you can download a lot of the survey in aggregated format as open data on the ONS website. But this is work done by the Cabinet Office with the raw data, which because it's raw and it's not published, it's not open, they can sort of link it to the income of various professions. And so they created this, well, I think at the beginning it was an Excel tool where you put in various sort of quality of life or satisfaction questions or answers to these questions, and then your actual profession or your preferred profession, then you would see what the expected levels in say satisfaction or anxiety and so forth were. And so the BBC featured this early this year and said, vicars, so priests, came out on top, and publicans unfortunately came out on the bottom. And a great example is musicians, because a lot of people aspire to be musicians. But if you look at the well-being data, they have quite a miserable time, probably because of inflated expectations, whatever it may be. So, so they came to me for a consultation of how they can make it more useful. I can't really share because it's not my work, and the anticlimactic result here is I don't know at which stage the project is at the moment. But when they came to me, we had discussions around how can we make it simpler. Like it was quite complex in terms of lots of variables, lots of outcomes. How can we make it as simple as possible? Because a lot of people, they want one button or they're scared of information. And how can we incorporate statistical differences in some more meaningful way? And by that I mean most people don't care about statistical differences, so it's our job to tell them how can we show it in such a way that doesn't scare them, but that still tells the message of, this is something that is something you should consider, and in this case, it may be random variation. And so it's mostly based on these 4 questions, and I'm sure you've seen lots of indicators of how to measure happiness. So there's one on satisfaction, one on is your life worthwhile, anxiety, and in general, how happy did you feel yesterday? And I think that leaves me with sort of a little bit of trite final comment that people don't really, especially people who are not analysts or researchers, they don't want the data, they really want the information. They want a product that it's up for consumption. And that will be it for now. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Ulrich, for waking us all up after the coffee break. That was great. Are there any questions from the floor from Ulrich? Or otherwise we can... Yes, Mary.
Just to go back to this whole issue that everyone refers to, but nobody really says what we can do about it, is this quality aspect. You know, how can this relationship of trust be built up between the data providers and those who are going to manipulate that data and make it information? You know, there's sort of a lot of lip service towards, you know, we must have quality control and we'll ensure that quality is improved. But what is actually being done to do?
That's a great question.
I won't labor the point, but in a way what you're saying there is that you think that the responsibility has to go back onto the data provider to some degree to provide the kind of backup information, methodological approaches, directions, so that that data is not misinterpreted and not misused in...
Yes, I have interpreted your question of how can...
Just, I think that we should add a word to your last slide. People don't need data, need information, and need knowledge. I think knowledge is what summarizes what we say. Knowledge.
Okay, thank you. So I think we can move to our next presentation from Barbara Ubaldi from the OECD Governance Directorate, who leads the Open Government Data Project here.
Thank you, Kate, and good afternoon, all of you. I know you had a long day, so I'll try to be as concrete and quick as possible. But I would like to start by saying that our project focuses on the use of, well, not only the use, but on the strategies, policies and initiatives on open data within government. So we don't look at open data in the broad society and economy, but we are trying to help governments understand what they're doing and improve their actions. And just very quickly to share with you what have been our steps in the past 3 years in which we have been working on our project on open data. We started with delivering a working paper which looks at some key issues because we realized that there was a lot of confusion around governments. Not all governments knew the difference between open data and big data. Not all governments had clear in mind the difference between data, information, and knowledge. And not all governments had an idea on how to coordinate agendas like the transparency agenda, the anti-corruption agenda, the digital economy agenda, and this new open data agenda that was coming on board together with the broader open government agenda. We realized also that governments were duplicating efforts in that sense, that they were not thinking about what kind of governance mechanism they could put in place in order to coordinate with the central effort to strategize the work and some of the work that was already happening at the local level of government in using data. And we also realized that governments thought that just creating a portal that they could call Open Data Portal and dumping, like I say, PDF documents on the portal for them was a good effort to spur open data, which was not the case. So the working paper helped us starting rounding some of our discussion. And it includes an analytical framework that looks at some of the basic elements that we think need to be addressed and known by the governments when they start thinking about what kind of policy, strategy, or action plan they want to put in place. And then we started also thinking about some complementary tool that governments need to have, which is a data collection tool, meaning if we want to understand how we are progressing in implementing open data, what kind of qualitative and quantitative data we need to start collecting to see how we are progressing, what are we achieving. And from the beginning, our big focus was not only on trying to help governments how mature they were in designing strategies, but how strong they were in trying to understand what kind of value they are creating out of open data. So from the beginning, we were trying to advocate not necessarily for one approach as opposed to another, and I'd be happy to share with you more in details what we've seen across the OECD countries in terms of approach, some focusing more on the economic value, some more on the good governance value, some more on the social value. So for us, it was not the right approach to say, go the way the UK, the US have done, or go the way France has gone, but, or, some countries that have been a bit less bold, but have been a bit more careful at the beginning. But for us, the point is whatever you do, do it having in mind that you have to focus on the impact that you are creating and the value that you are producing. And that's why we ran a first open data survey that across OECD member countries, and actually we had a high response rate of 33 countries out of all the OECD members and a couple of non-members. And the idea was really focusing on 4 areas: the strategy, the implementation, the value generation, and the challenges, with a lot of emphasis on the first part, which was the strategy. And we are now about to launch, and I'll share some of the main highlights in the following slides on some of the key points that we thought were very interesting that emerged through the data collection. But I want to tell you that we are about to launch the version 2 of the survey, and this time we are focusing very much on the implementation part. And in particular, we are trying to see and possibly to measure what is the level of commitment of governments in opening up data. So what kind of availability in terms of data sets and scope of the data may be made available, but also what kind of effort has been put in place to provide the tools that enable, for instance, the reuse of the data. So what is in terms of quality, in terms of reusability, because the two things go together. The first data collection was focusing on how many data sets you have available, but we do know that the simple availability doesn't lead to the value creation. And our goal that we are working on together with other key players, including the ODI, is actually to strengthen the capacities on measuring the value generation. It's difficult, but I think that's where the most value can be produced for the countries. We pilot tested this survey before launching it with 10 countries that have volunteered to work together with us. Those are countries that have various approaches. As I said, countries that have focused very much on having the right governance in place before being bolder in opening up. Governments that have been much bolder from the beginning, like the UK, and governments that have a more, let's say, careful approach, which is very much focused on the financial aspects, like Denmark and the Netherlands, which have been less bold at the beginning, but because they have a long history of key data registries in their own governments, they have from the beginning said, we will open up only the moment we know what is our cost and benefit model, so how much does it cost for us to produce the data, to collect the data, and to make it available, and what will be the losses for governments that are for parts of the government that right now live out of selling the data. So once we have got this right, then we will create a business model and be bolder in making data available. On that basis, we, as I said, worked on this version 2 of the survey that we will launch soon. But we also started working with 2 countries on what we call open data reviews. So you are all familiar with the peer reviews of the OECD as an instrument to help governments see what they are doing and how they can progress in terms of achieving results. And we are doing open data reviews in Poland and in Mexico. And what is very interesting is that they are both based on the methodology we put forward in the working paper, but whereas Poland is asking us help to see how they can be stronger in developing a strategy which is linked, for instance, to their modernization strategy of the public sector, to their economic value creation and so on. In the case of Mexico, they're very much focused on the creation of the ecosystem of actors that enables the value creation. So yes, the framework is the same, but then is adapted to the specific needs of the countries that enable us also to see better what they are doing. So for us, the big focus on value looks at the three main sets of values that through our data collection we realize governments are trying to achieve. Some are focusing on the economic value. So is it for the broader economy, like new startups, new businesses being created, new efficiencies for the private sector, but also efficiencies within the public sector. So there are many cases at the local level of government that demonstrate how data mashups or open data linked to big data and the analysis of structured data sets have enabled to see that the delivery of services in a certain way was not efficient. So the public sector was delivering the same type of service to the segments of the population in the whole city, for instance, whereas a small percentage was actually utilizing the service. So that enabled to the analysis of those linked data, enabled to see where inefficiencies lied and what kind of new ways of reorganizing the service delivery could be implemented. And that, in a way, is an additional value-added generation from the economic perspective that so far governments have not much thought of. And that is very relevant for us because it goes beyond open data and actually enters into the sphere of, for instance, data analytics. So we are talking a lot about data-driven economies, but governments are not capturing at the most the value of the data they own to actually see how they can generate economies, positive economy impact for themselves as well. Social value, we are talking about, for instance, the engagement of the public in policy making, in service delivery, and in decision making. Open data is definitely, and Ulrich already gave some examples, enabling individuals to voice out some of their needs, but also to sometimes suggest some of the options that are available for fixing some of the problems. I think we have several examples from Fix My Street to many other applications that are known throughout the world that by using data and joining this with the crowdsourcing of input from the society and the public have enabled the government to see how solutions can be devised in a new way and not only coming from a public sector perspective. But the social value is also the capacity for individuals to take better decisions based on a number of data sets that can be linked now in a way that was not possible before. I may have needs as an individual of a certain age and a certain sex, very different from somebody else who has my age and my sex because our family needs might be different. Or maybe I have a medical illness that makes it very important for me to choose a neighborhood as opposed to another one when deciding where to go and live if I move to a new city because my needs are different from the one of a person who by age and sex is as I am. Only by linking a number of data sets on the school performance, educational performance, crime rate in a certain neighborhood, I'm capable of making my decisions more quickly. We should not undermine the value of this for individuals that can emerge from open data. Last but not least, what we call public governance value, which is higher transparency, higher integrity, and higher accountability from the government. And here is the whole point of how much is important for the public to know in terms of budget, in terms of salaries, in terms of how the money that is assigned to certain actions is actually being spent and what results are achieved. What is very interesting in terms of value, I think, is to notice that what is, in the view of the public sector, the relevance in terms of data not always matches with the relevance for the final users. For instance, there have been several surveys run in the past few years across governments asking, what do you think are the most interesting data sets for people? And the answer was, we want to make open data on budget, on how much we earn, on salaries across the public sector, and so on. And then it turns out that the same survey run across the society had different results because people cared much more about data on the performance of schools, of hospitals, so data which are much more relevant in terms of usability that I have for my life. I will not read this in detail, but for me the point is to share with you what we think is needed to create the value, which is a little bit what we are working on with the governments. First of all, the creation of the ecosystem. The ecosystem is within the public sector and outside. This is a concept which is, of course, familiar in theory, but is very difficult to translate into concrete activities from a public sector perspective. For instance, the statistical community is a community that has been using data and has been developing very sophisticated methodologies to collect data, develop indicators, use statistics for ex ante and post evaluation of implementation of policies, for instance, which is a knowledge, which is an expertise that not always is captured from other parts of the public sector. So the idea is what kind of ecosystem you need to create within the public sector and then outside of the public sector. So one thing is to say, I make the data open for the private sector to reuse it and develop applications. Another story is I understand that I have to work with the individuals, social entrepreneurs, the private sector to understand what data they need so that we can release it in a way that makes sense and is more valuable. I think that the example from France is an extremely interesting example. In the new version of the portal they developed, they now enable, they are much focused on what they call co-creation of data, meaning they're organizing through the hackathon events and other events they have to engage communities, part of the population and part of the various actors groups I mentioned, to see what kind of data that don't exist yet would be interesting for the final users. Similarly, in their portal, they enable the upload of data using different certificates from the society as well. So on the portal, you don't only have the data uploaded and produced by the public sector, but also data sets which are relevant if linked to those original data sets, but produced and uploaded by the society, guaranteeing the accountability of the public sector because, as I said, they have different certificates. So I think these are new ways of moving from having an open data strategy which just looks at what kind of portal I want to have to an open data strategy that focuses really on the engagement. And then activities are not only, as I said, identifying the data sets and publishing them, but it's about crowdsourcing, it's about data analytics, it's about social innovation, and each one of them requires a different type of capacities and knowledge and approach. And last but not least, this has important implications for the public sector. Starting with the financing model, but also looking at not only financial obstacles, but also skills-related obstacles, meaning it's not to be taken for granted that civil servants that have not so far been used to thinking about the use of data in the conduct of their tasks may have the capacity, the willingness, or the sensitivity of doing it. So there's a whole set of new skills that need to be developed, which are not technical skills, that the public sector need to be taken into account. And many governments, I'm thinking about Australia and New Zealand, for instance, are focusing very much on this. So they are thinking of what kind of internal structure they need to put in place without thinking about hiring new people or many people, or maybe retraining people or gathering different types of knowledge they need to put in place to progress in the implementation. Now, I think it was very interesting when we ran the survey and we asked what are the key objectives that you are trying to achieve through your open data initiatives. I think it was very interesting in terms of results, in particular to see that not for many governments, the engagement of the citizens is not ranking very high, and the font is very small, but maybe we can share the presentation with the participants. So I think that's a key point because, yes, governments have clear the creation of, for instance, economic value for the private sector as being one of the key objectives, or the increased transparency, but they don't yet see the use of open data to engage non-state actors as a key objective. And as I said, if we want to create value, the engagement with non-state actors is a key point. It seems that in the view of the governments, they are consulting quite effectively with the data users, although when compared with the point of view of segments of non-state actors population, that it's not always the case. So I think, there's an effort to be made to make sure that the data demand is known and is taken into account. There are a number of initiatives that are being put in place to engage data users, but not much within the public sector. So if the governments want to utilize this as an opportunity to increase their intelligence, for instance, and to foster a data-driven public sector, a lot of focus needs to be put also on the data analysis, data analytics, and the training of the users as well, also within the public sector. Very interestingly, when we asked how many of you do measure the return on investment of open data initiatives, you see that the results are very poor. So the focus on the value creation is not there yet. So when we talk about business case for open data, they all are like a bit lost, or most of them, and as I said, the return rate was very high. So I think there's a lot of work that needs to be done from our side to help our governments in that sense. Similarly, when we ask specifically about tracking the economic and social value of data reuse, the efforts are very limited. And I think, I would like to conclude with some of the questions that I think still remain open, that will be guiding the work we will be doing in the next month. First of all, I think there is still a lot of work to do to make governments see how open data can contribute to economic growth and well-being. So the two are remained separate for the time being in many instances. What mechanisms can be put in place which are a bit more strong to assess data demand and to engage the data users? So yes, there are many, for instance, hackathon events, but there's work to be done to understand what kind of hackathon event. For instance, can we organize an hackathon event that engages actors in relation to specific data sets that can be produced or used to solve a specific policy problem that we have. So not just a hackathon event in general, but the awareness of priorities, policy priorities that the government wants to try to solve and then engage the right people. Then what kind of policy frameworks are in place and are they addressing the key supply and demand issues in terms of data? And then the role of the public and private sector partnerships. So what kind of partnerships, but to be rethought, not in the traditional way. So what kind of partnerships, not only in the production of data, in the use of data, but maybe also in the, starting from there, delivery of services, for instance. And therefore, what is the role of these new partnerships? And last but not least, how can open data be utilized really to strengthen the public sector intelligence across all levels of government?
Thank you. That was fantastic and you went through that so quickly. I have a lot of questions, but I don't think I've got time to ask them all now. Just briefly, I think the key issue with open data is that when we're talking about engaging citizens, we can think of it in two steps. You have the reuses that are there to hopefully reach a much wider audience, such as the example that Trevor is going to show shortly. But we also have this idea of reaching out to a certain group of skilled, engaged citizens, a civic tech movement, and it's interesting that the government seems to have a varying awareness of the importance of this in terms of the ecosystem. And the French example is really interesting that they're actively engaging the civic tech movement. Was that a factor in the difference between the Mexican and the Polish example as well? Because I think there is quite a strong civic tech movement in Mexico, isn't there? And that exists in Poland?
Not yet.
And do the Polish government see it as part of their role to foster this?
Yeah, exactly.
Sorry.
And we have the peer review mission next week, so after then I'll be able to tell you much more why it hasn't been done yet. Okay. So there have been isolated examples, but it's not part of an overall strategy. Okay. And I think one of the key issues is that in Mexico, that the open data file is with the presidencia, meaning it has a very strong political support and leadership support, whereas in Poland it is associated so far to the modernization of the public sector strategy, which is with one ministry. So I think what they're trying to do now also with this review is to actually bring it up to the higher political support to actually get the value not only in relation to public sector modernization but to other areas as well. And then that's going to be the beginning to organize more events, but all linked with the strategic objectives.
Okay, great. Thank you. Are there any other burning questions at the moment? We will be putting all presentations on the wikiprogress.org site as well. Okay, in that case, I'm going to move straight on to Trevor Gibson, who's here to present a concrete example of the use of open data to communicate issues of well-being and quality of life in a local context in the town of Peterborough. So thanks, Trevor.
Thank you, and thank you everybody for staying to the very last presentation of the day. That isn't always the case, so hopefully everyone's still interested in hearing more. And I think the difference in this presentation is very much a grassroots approach to data, a small city, if you like, running a number of projects at the other end of the spectrum, hopefully for the benefit of local communities. Part of this is to do with our Smart City programme. I'll say a little bit more about that in a moment. And for those of you that don't know where Peterborough is, it's the little flower-shaped place on the towards East Anglia, and some facts and figures. Again, population of 183,000. So in city terms, quite small. But actually, most cities in Europe are in that sort of small to mid-sized bands. So it's often where a lot of the good activity happens and perhaps gets overlooked. And the one figure that isn't up there is about the frozen cats. Thank you for that one, which I will add as soon as I get back. Okay, so we're looking at the wider benefits of what we're doing as well. I don't need to dwell on this, but we're part of the sort of government groups on this, and also I personally, on behalf of Peterborough, work with the British Standards Institute on a number of smart city standards, which I guess is a topic for another day. The other benefit of coming last on the day is that most people have rehearsed the data challenges, so I don't need to spend a great deal on this too much time on this slide either. But the issues around too much, too complex, still a lot of protectionism, and I've had this conversation with people throughout the day that although many big organisations know they should be doing this, there's still a lot of reticence in doing so for a variety of reasons, some valid, some less so, and I'll give you an example or two of that later on. Obviously, the topic that's come up a lot today about incomplete and data that's not quite up to date, the fact that it's not always accessible or visually pleasing, so that people aren't inclined to go digging for it. An assumption, which again has been touched upon by many of the other speakers, that society needs or wants more data. Clearly, as we've heard, where people have particular interests, there is a great need, but there are also many people that will continue to drift through life without the need for any data whatsoever, potentially, and we have to recognise that continuum. The ongoing public mistrust of some data sources and the fact that statistics can be used in many different ways, and of course the privacy concerns, some again valid, some backed by legislation, but some merely in terms of protection. Very quick bit of background to the DNA programme. It's a partnership between the City Council and an organisation or a company called Opportunity Peterborough, which is the economic development company for the city. And we received £3 million from the Technology Strategy Board, now called Innovate UK, to develop a number of smart city initiatives. As I said earlier, it's our view that small and medium-sized cities have a very key role to play. We often find, being based in that sort of small to medium-sized city band, that a lot of the national and international focus is on the big cities. So in the UK, it would be in Birmingham, Manchester, the West Yorkshire conurbations, and of course London, whereas actually most people live in smaller towns and cities. And sometimes the solutions developed by the very big cities, valid and good and exciting though they are not always relevant when you go back down the league table of scale. So we were looking initially with the 3 million to build on a number of projects we already had, to look at specific city challenges and see how we might help them. And some of those have involved data, as you'll see. There was a focus on a number of things, growth, sustainability and innovation. We wanted to use the smart city agenda, if you like, to change mindsets, to look at different ways of developing a sustainable urban future. We wanted to be seen as being more transparent, involving more people and indeed empowering communities, which of course is what local government sets out to do, not always successfully. Building partnerships throughout the process we saw as absolutely key, and involving as many people as possible in collaboration around projects throughout the city. And more importantly, going back to this band issue, the small to medium-sized city, was simply to develop solutions that we felt were replicable and affordable. It's all very well having £3 million to spend, which may not sound a lot to people in big cities, but it's quite a lot in a small to medium-sized city. It's all right having £3 million to spend on particular projects, but if you develop something that's then unaffordable to the next city because they haven't got £3 million to spend, then in terms of replicability, one hasn't achieved a great deal. So that was also one of the starting points. Our DNA programme had 4 strands around innovation, and I'll give you an example of one project in a moment, innovation, because it can be used linked to the data side. Building sustainable business, skills for our future, some of which again involve data, and of course the open data side itself. We came up with the DNA logo, if you like, because we felt that all of these things were part of what made the city tick and operate on a day-to-day basis. The bit that's not obviously data, but I'll just tell you very quickly about, is something we've called the innovation pool. We wanted to build more of an innovative community to provide the tools necessary for young people, for entrepreneurs, either existing or potential entrepreneurs, as well as small startup businesses, to be more innovative, to help them to market with their ideas. So it was very much about providing that environment for the benefit of those individuals, but of course the city as a whole. And one way in which we did that was develop, again, a very simple online platform backed by a matching engine, if you like, very simple piece of software. We've called it a greenhouse for good ideas, if you like. Basically a registration process whether just as an interested individual or a business with a particular product or idea, but basically putting ideas or challenges out there for people to get into dialogue about. A good example, not necessarily the one here, is that the city is now using it by way of the City Council for city challenges. How do we encourage more people to use cycling or buses or whatever? Things that, you know, over the years, local politicians have been struggling with. One way of dealing with that is to put the challenge out there and see what businesses, what individuals come forward with their ideas and get a debate going. And there are opportunities beyond that to access small amounts of funding to get those ideas into testing and ultimately production. At the other end of the spectrum, it could simply be Anglian Water, the local water company that uses this site quite a bit, or a similar one, for ascertaining new technology to help them with a particular challenge in a part of the region that they cover. Similarly, a company that's designed a new type of pump could use this to put out there and say, I think I have a solution, and looking for the challenges that might meet it. So it's, as I say, it's a very useful matching engine. We have quite a few hundred users registered now, and lots of good ideas coming out, some of which are already beginning to move into testing and production. On the open data side, we pretty in common with lots of the presentations today. It was about understanding how the city works, encouraging greater sharing. I'll come back to why that's not always straightforward between some of the key organisations in the city, but also going back to the issue around accessibility, finding ways of modelling that information and making it more accessible to the people that use it. We developed something called, we've called our Living Data Portal. Again, keeping this very low cost. I'll show you 2 examples of this, one of which is directly related to well-being. This one is more generic. But essentially what we've used here is Google Earth as the mapping system. So it can work alongside the very formal GIS system that the council itself operates. But people are very well used to looking at Google Earth and to moving around their city on their computer. And we felt if we use that essentially free, accessible to all platform, using what's called KMZ files, and I'm not a technical person, KMZ files to upload that data, and the data you'll see here in a moment is largely census data, but presented back in a different way, allows users not only to look at differences in statistics across the city, but also to compare and contrast different parts of the city. So it might be useful to politicians and decision makers, certainly, but also perhaps to people to learn about their city, their area, and how they might in themselves get involved in doing something about that. Again, that's basically what the screen itself looks like. Google Earth with various maps and data sets dropped on it. The ability to add a group so actually put a pin in the map for your organisation, and we're working on opportunities at the moment for people to upload their data through a particular process. Obviously it would have to be moderated to some degree, and I'll come back to in a bit the balance between having super accurate, very detailed data, or just data at this level, which you'll see is enough to perhaps start the debate. This moves into a slightly earlier, only 6 months earlier, example of the same approach, but this time used on something called the Joint Strategic Needs Assessment, which is a legal requirement within local authority areas in the UK, for the wider determinants of health and well-being, often produced as a very dry physical document with lots of maps and diagrams and graphs in it. Very useful, but perhaps not particularly accessible. We developed an approach called accelerated collaboration, which we used for this, which was about aligning the evidence from a whole range of partners to try and simplify that evidence to get to the real heart of which bits of data were relevant for the wider determinants of health discussions, and then using the approach you'll see in a minute, hopefully to accelerate some of the decision making and policy making based on that information. It's very quick, which is why we call it accelerated collaboration. We brought together a whole host of data, about 85 data sets in total, and made it accessible through visualization. And you should see it's a 7-step process about bringing partners together, getting them to agree the picture of the city, because the range of partners involved in health is absolutely huge, and that all organisations, whatever the topic, will come at the agenda from a slightly different viewpoint. One of the first starting points we found for getting this data in one place and becoming meaningful for the people that are ultimately going to use it is getting people to agree on what the picture of the city should look like, what's absolutely key, who owns that data and is prepared to give it up, and then reflecting essentially that co-created picture of the city back to the key partners. That's a slide just showing the complexity of the health system. I don't expect you to read all of those, but each of those blobs is essentially, committees, organisations, groups, escalating out from the people and communities in the very centre that use them. So when you start to look at the wider determinants of health, obviously it brings in things like housing and to some extent education as well. So this is what that starts to look like. Comparing at ward level within a city using Google Earth a whole range of data. If you were to see the full screen of this, on the left-hand side you'd have the typical sort of file structure where you can open different folders, choose sets of data, and drop them onto the Google Earth map, if you like. It allows you to look at each ward in the city, but more critically, perhaps for policymakers, but also for residents of the city, dropping down a level below that to lower super output areas, LSOAs, which ward boundaries, political boundaries, can be broken down into. And often you'll find that where a ward looks, as in this case, green for the lowest, the green bit under there, by the way, that the heat map, as you might call it, in this particular case is the rate of conceptions by ward for under 18s, as you can probably read behind me. So the areas with the lowest rate, actually, if you break them down into the lower super output areas, you will actually see gradations within that. And again, from a policy making point of view, it really helps in avoiding the knee-jerk reaction that one size of solution will necessarily fit the whole of that particular area. Again, with it being Google Earth, you can zoom into greater details. You can swap and change each of those columns around at your will. As I say, there's 90 to 100 of them actually on the site at the moment. And then, just to give an indication, and I won't. We can switch the sound off probably if you. It gets a bit boring after a bit. In case people thought I was going to burst into song there, but the last bit of the day. So I won't go through this in detail, but this gives an indication of what it looks like in actual practice if people are able to use it. So again, all of the different sets of data start with what we call a heat map. You can compare the performance in a particular area with the rest of the UK, and then by looking at changing those heat maps, start to zoom into different wards in the city. We've added these animations just by way of descriptors in showing people how it works in training sessions and so on. So the city centre of Peterborough there, this is about deprivation affecting children, for instance. You can see that you have a fairly prosperous centre, but ringed by an area with the highest area of poverty. And from that, you can start to drop onto it, in this case, population statistics in terms of age. You can then put alongside it ethnicity and start to build up a picture and move around the city. And even people that know about the city, when they see data presented in this way, in a way that they can drop different sets of data on, start to get surprised about some of the patterns that emerge, or actually some of their previous assumptions that are challenged by seeing it in such a simple way. On most of these, when you're dealing with it in real time, playing with it on Google Earth, the actual metadata comes up when you hover the cursor over a particular colour on the column, which is also helpful. And each version we've done, each project we've done on this, we've refined the functionality. As I say, I won't show you all the way through this because it's a few minutes long, but you get the idea of what it looks like in practice. So essentially on the JSNA, we aligned a lot of data, got quite a large group of organisations and individuals to agree on a picture of the city that adequately reflected from their joint perspectives the challenges that the city faced, and therefore help them in engaging with their communities and help them more precisely allocate resources through policies that could pick up the nuances and differences almost within a ward area. This is still fairly recent, so we're just working now through the actual application of this and seeing if we can bring out some really good examples of how it's changed the way the city operates. So lessons learnt. Before I mention this, I'll just give you one example of protectionism that sometimes is a bit hard to explain. One of the organisations within the health structure, and I won't say which one to protect them, was very unhappy about us releasing some of that data. In fact, a lot of that isn't yet public because there's still a debate going on about making it public between some of the public bodies involved. The irony of all of that is that most of those columns are actually census data. It's just that people aren't used to seeing that data. Even the organisations themselves aren't used to seeing that data in that way. So it's already out there in public, but presenting it in a way that people now understand starts to threaten or worry some of the organisations that have to deal with it. So we've taken very much an evolutionary approach. We're trying to get feedback from members of the public. The sites I've shown you have a sort of continuous feedback button, so each time somebody uses it, we ask them for their views. We're asking them what sort of data would be useful for them in the future. So we're hopefully building up a picture of what people want from further developments of the site, rather than us assuming that they want data about transport or about waste or school standards or whatever. We believe that we've created something which, through the use of something as democratic as Google, and democratic in terms of readily and freely available, that it's got a good chance of becoming well used. It's too early to say how successful it's likely to be. Still a big emphasis in the city on developing smart people around this as well, educating people about the ways in which data can help them, whether as an individual, as a business, as an educational establishment. And again, going back to, I always like the Albert Einstein comment I finished with there. A lot of this is about getting things down to the level that it entices and interests the general populace, if you like, without overcomplicating it. And it's finding that balance point, and that might vary depending on the topic matter, but it's finding that balance point that I think is absolutely critical. We may have oversimplified in some of our use of Google Earth, but nevertheless it is engaging, it is drawing people in, people begin to have the debates around it. The more detailed data is there if you click on through the columns and the platforms that I've shown you. But again, it's just at what level do you stop the simplification, if you like. And I think that's my last slide. Yes. So.
Thank you very much, Trevor. That was really interesting. Any questions? No. Yeah. No. Sure. Please go ahead, Mary.
Just on the click-throughs that you referred to at the end, do you monitor that? Are you watching the kind of traffic that there is from?
We've just started to monitor the click.
Just a quick question. I'm just curious, Trevor, to know how will you measure your success and about sustainability? What happens when the resources for this particular project go? How do you plan to sustain the...
That's a very good question. Apologies, I forgot to switch the microphone on when I answered the last one. That's a good question, and one where we're dealing with as we speak. The advantage of the approach we've taken is that none of this is expensive to maintain. Both examples I've shown you in terms of using Google Maps doesn't even involve a website particularly. It's a very simple portal with a click-through button that takes you into Google Earth. to change a data set is a very quick administrative exercise, a bit like we saw earlier, I think, with Zoe's presentation. It's basically changing figures in a spreadsheet and then uploading the new spreadsheet. So it's something that we think on the data side we can do internally. Had we built a more expensive, more complex site, then I think that longevity, that sustainability would have been threatened. There's still a challenge, and we're looking overall at the programme at ways in which we can commercialise is probably too strong a word, but there are one or two areas where we think we could seek sponsorship for, or seek a small amount of money for registration and so on, which should be enough to keep some of the key elements going, but more critically to grow them on into something bigger and better, which is ultimately what we started it to do.
Okay, fantastic. Thank you very much. I think we've covered a number of different topics today, but we seem to have, what I'm getting a sense of is that we've covered a number of separate ideas whose time has come. This morning, the idea of pushing interactive platforms for communication to their limits, and we've seen some really interesting examples of either getting information back from users as well and making this a two-way process, or turning it into a game, which have been really, really fantastic. And then this afternoon, with the crowdsourcing and the open data projects, we get this real sense that there's a turning point. We're at the very beginning of something, but it seems to be that there's an acceptance amongst governments that there's some value here, and it may necessitate some investments and some change in behaviour to make the most of this, but there seems to be a sense that there's some real value here. So thank you very much to all the presenters. Donatello is going to give us some closing words.
Yes, I think that the expectation of the workshop has been fully satisfied by our debate. In Italy, we say, I don't think it's an English way of saying, we have a lot of meat to cook. We have a lot of meat to cook, a lot to do, but we are good cookers, I think, as Kate said. I think that we can converge that new technologies are fundamental for a strong communication and dissemination strategy of data constructed mainly by the official statistical offices, data which have to be complete but also synthetic in order to be understood and used. And we all can converge on the power of the liquid data available online, crowdsourced data, big data, open data. Many open issues we have treated, we have to work, we have to cook our meat a lot. So quality, certification, legal aspect, reuse, local level, give methodology to use open data, just not to give open data. Target users, informed users, and common users. But I think we can convert that better statistics means better knowledge to drive better policies, as the OECD slogan says, for a better quality of life, I think. Follow us on WebCozy website. We will take advantage of the discussion of today. Thank you.
Well, thank you. Thank you to all of you for participating today and for staying in this dark room when it's lovely and sunny outside. Thanks to all our speakers that have come from all over the place, even Australia. That's been fantastic. And also to our support team, to Salima, Carolina, Luca, and Susanna, who's left. As I said earlier on, all the presentations and the videos from today will be made available as soon as possible on wikiprogress.org. You can like us on Facebook or follow us on Twitter, and if you want to be in touch, you can contact Salima or myself. I have business cards if you want to send us any emails, if you have any questions. So thank you. Thank you.
If anybody wants to go for a drink, we'll go to La Gare. Yeah. You can follow one of us. We'll head over to a bar just on the way to the station. It's the one that's called La Gare. It's kind of in the middle of the street where you get